The House will now be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 30th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nikema Williams to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today to recognize the outstanding work of Jim Tuman and the volunteers behind Jimmy's Kids, an organization that serves the families of Wayne County, including the community and neighborhood I grew up in, Southwest Detroit. In 1988, Jim Tuman, a youth advocate and motivational speaker, was simply trying to make the Christmas holiday special for 22 special needs children. He coordinated an ad hoc program to provide the children with holiday gifts. The Jimmy's Kids organization now serves thousands of children all across Metro Detroit. Jimmy's Kids proudly partners with local groups and churches to set up gift giving, not just during the holiday, but year-round for children in need. Countless families can count on their Christmas Day gift distribution program, an event I happily volunteer for during the holidays. Please join me in recognizing Jim Tuman and the volunteers at Jimmy's Kids for their outstanding work on behalf of the families of Metro Detroit and Michigan's 13 districts strong. Madam Chair, I rise today to honor the memory of community advocate Patricia Harris, a resident of Westland and Michigan's 13 districts strong, who suddenly passed away earlier this year, shocking our close community. Pat was engaged on a number of issues, but mostly known for her big heart and infectious smile. She was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and a friend. Pat stood up for the values she believed in and always met challenges with positivity and can-do attitude. She cared deeply for our community and fought relentlessly for justice and a better quality of life for all. The loss of our Pat left an impact on all that knew her. Please join me in remembering Patricia Harris for the love of her community as we mourn her loss. Madam Speaker, I rise today to officially announce the launch of the bipartisan Get the Lead Out Caucus, which started along with my colleagues were Congressman Meyer, Congresswoman Dingell, and Congresswoman Blunt Rochester. Water contaminated by lead service lines can be found in every single congressional district around the nation. From rural areas to densely populated cities, lead service lines are widespread and pose serious health risks to us all, but particularly our children. Lead in water is a public health crisis, and the only solution is to fully eliminate lead service lines altogether. Clean, affordable drinking water is a human right. While communities in Michigan like Flint, Wayne, Hamtramck, and Benton Harbor have made the headlines for their lead-related crises, lead-contaminated drinking water affects every part of our nation. I commend the Biden administration for taking the steps to get the lead out of our water, but we must continue the fight until lead is fully removed from water systems across the United States. Madam Chair, colleagues, as someone who grew up in a community on the front line of the racist so-called war on drugs, I am proud to stand here today in support of the MORE Act to finally decriminalize marijuana and expunge marijuana-related convictions. The war on drugs was designed as a project to target our Black and Brown communities. And the obvious racial disparities in enforcement show us that it still is, at its core, an effort targeting communities of color through over-policing, criminalization, and mass incarceration. The MORE Act will increase access to federal benefits and establish a fund to redirect resources into communities harmed by the war on drugs. This is a good start on the road to repairing the damage, but we still have work to do. We must be bold, Our goal must be to end country's militarized, quote, jail first, ask questions later approach to addiction, and to stop trying to solve social problems with more criminalization. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support the MORE Act. This is a common sense bill. Madam Chair, I rise today in celebration of the recent passage of the Omnibus Bill, which included over $15 million in funding for local community projects in 13 districts strong. From funding for work-based learning programs in Westland Community Schools to a senior wellness center in Inkster, Michigan. I know that these direct dollars will have an enormous impact on the lives of my residents. The 13th Congressional District, Madam Chair, is the third poorest congressional district in the nation, and these are important efforts to help the most vulnerable among us. The Boys and Girls Club of Southeastern Michigan is going to be funded. It's the oldest in the nation. Will be funded to improvement. It's the Favre Martin Club in Highland Park, and it will empower so many of our young people. The Urban Neighborhood Initiatives for their Southwest Detroit Creative Connections Collaborative will also be able to employ high-speed broadband and build community space for our young people. Enterprise Community Partners will also fund the Detroit Energy Efficiency and Home Improvement Program to provide energy-efficient home repairs, and so much more. So thank you so much. I yield.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, since the founding of our nation, American farms have been at the bedrock of our economy. Our farmers, our growers, and ranchers produce the dairy, wheat, corn, apples, and peaches that we have relied on for generations to feed our families, our neighbors, and the world. There are over 52,000 farms across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the struggles that affect them affect each and every one of us. Right now, our farmers are facing so many difficult challenges. The cost to run a farm is estimated to grow by nearly 7% next year. And to make matters even worse, the cost of fertilizer has already risen by over 50% in the past 12 months. And now, the Biden administration is preparing to implement new taxes on fertilizer imports from overseas. Now is not the time to tax our farmers even more. President Biden cannot use our growers and producers to pay for his out-of-control budget. We need to ensure that our farmers have the resources that they need to continue producing the food that each of us rely on every day. We need to make sure that they have the fertilizers, the grain, the seeds that it takes to work a farm, to tend an orchard. American farmers feed the world. It's time to stop imposing new and crippling taxes on our hardworking farmers. It's time to let them get back to work and feeding all of us. Thank you. Madam Speaker, on Monday, President Biden laid out his budget for the coming year. A budget that contains $73 trillion in spending, $58 trillion in taxes, and over $16 trillion in debt. When he unveiled this far-left spending proposal, President Biden said that a budget is a statement of values. However, by failing to mention our border security, by tacking on billions of dollars for environmental justice, and by stripping out the Hyde Amendment, President Biden has delivered to the American people a budget that does not share our values. We need a budget that protects the border. We need a budget that stops the flow of illegal drugs like fentanyl into our communities. We need a budget that promotes American energy in the face of egregious Russian aggression. And we need a budget that defends all human life. We don't need this socialist spending spree. We don't need $58 trillion in taxes. And we certainly do not need $16 trillion in new debt that mortgages the future of our children. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we stand here on the House floor, Ukrainians are bravely defending their country against an illegal invasion by Russian forces ordered by Vladimir Putin. We have seen hospitals attacked, mothers and children crushed by the rubble. We have seen civilians fleeing this tragic conflict via humanitarian corridors agreed to by the Russian government, attacked by Russian troops. We have seen a theater turn shelter with the word children clearly displayed, reduced to rubble. The blood of all these innocents lost in this senseless war is on the hands of one man, Vladimir Putin. And Ukrainians are standing up to this tyrant. They are fighting to stop the advance of an autocratic leader who has launched an illegal, premeditated invasion. And yet, if you listen to certain prominent voices, you will hear some conservative leaders not condemning Vladimir Putin's war, not praising the heroism of Ukrainian President Zelensky, Ukrainian troops, and Ukrainian citizens. No, they are instead lauding the so-called genius of a violent, power-hungry dictator. There's a term we use in politics for people who propagandize for a cause whose goals they don't understand and who are then used by the cause's leaders. Useful idiots. I will not purport to know if the individuals who are praising Putin and spreading misinformation genuinely believe their own words. But I do know that Putin finds them useful. There is a concerningly long list of American conservatives who have turned themselves into Putin's useful idiots. When the invasion first began, one host claimed on his news show that Ukraine was not a democracy. This is the very same lie that Putin himself has used in the effort to justify his invasion of Ukraine. In fact, these comments were aired on Russian state television, and a member of the Russian Defense Ministry's public counsel said these remarks were excellent. Another conservative voice who has used her platform to criticize Zelensky and echo Russian propaganda, including a Kremlin talking point that Russians created Ukraine, which has been used to justify this invasion. Her social media posts have been amplified and shared by other Russian accounts. Even our own former president has praised Putin, calling the horrific invasion of Ukraine genius. And a member of this very body called President Zelensky a thug and the Ukrainian government incredibly evil. Exactly 2 weeks ago, every member of this body had the opportunity to hear from President Zelensky directly as he joined us virtually from Ukraine's capital. His bravery and courage were on full display. He is a hero. Vladimir Putin is a thug. And the repeating of these lies by American voices is playing into his hands. Aiding Putin in this way is not just disturbing because of the role it plays in enabling his messaging of this premeditated invasion, it also speaks to a broader trend among some American conservatives towards sympathizing with autocrats that should worry us all. Last year, I spoke before this body to condemn conservative American pundits who were praising Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Like Putin, Orban is an autocratic leader who wields strict control of the media, restricts LGBTQ rights, and suppresses free speech. At that time, I expressed my concern at what this may indicate about the growing sympathy for autocrats in our own country. Unfortunately, this latest trend of praising Putin and condemning Zelensky tells me the slide toward autocracy continues. Praise for autocratic leaders and what they represent is dangerous. At a time when political polarization has reached new heights and American vulnerability to misinformation is increasing, we cannot afford to watch anyone of influence, whether they be a member or a member of the media, peddle in propaganda. Conservatives should shake off the role of useful idiots and present Putin, this war, and all demagogic leaders as what they truly are. Vladimir Putin has poisoned journalists and jailed his opposition. He has bombed children's hospitals and schools. He has slaughtered innocents in Syria, and today he is murdering civilians in Ukraine. If this has not been enough, these useful idiots and their ilk, I urge them to find the red line Putin would have to cross. To the puppets that are on our screens, our social media, and the halls of Congress perpetrating his lies, I say enough. You are helping Putin in this war. You are helping him strip Ukrainians of their freedom. You are helping our own country slide further from democracy. Lincoln reminded us that we cannot escape history, that we will be remembered in spite of ourselves. In the end, history will remember those who stood up for the truth and the cowards
The gentleman's
who
time
did
has
not.
expired.
I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is undeniable that religious freedom is America's keystone. This great country was founded by men and women who fled religious persecution and sought to govern themselves according to their religious beliefs. Despite religious freedom having been woven into our constitutional system for well over 2 centuries and the precedents it has established, Democrats are choosing to play judge, jury, and executioner in its trial. Today, religious organizations are under attack by the woke agenda of Democrats. Those on the left claim that faith-based organizations must abandon their conscience and amend their employment practices, or they should not have access to federal contracts or funds. It's a damning ultimatum. Imagine how many faith-based organizations would be forced to close their doors because of this. Madam Speaker, this coordinated campaign is being carried out by the left, and it's guided by the assumption that a radical progressive dogma is more legitimate than religious beliefs. That assumption is pure insanity. In this country, faith is not subjected or left at the door. It is carried with us no matter where we may go. I applaud every man and woman who is standing up to this egregious assault from the left and is fighting for the right to live by religious convictions at work and in business. President Biden's so-called Build Back Better framework is riddled with discriminatory provisions. One clause would have required faith-based child care providers to abandon their faith during program hours if they wanted to participate in the federal program. And in the Community Services Block Grant Program, the Democrats want to strip a provision that protects faith-based providers' right to remain strong in their faith as they serve individuals in need. This protection has been in place without controversy or harm to any individual seeking assistance for decades. Why change it now? I think we know. This isn't just religious persecution, it's textbook coercion. Unfortunately, there's more. Democrats have also sought to remove protections for religious nonprofit organizations and federal contractors. Like their secular counterparts, faith-based charities in the United States simply want to serve the less fortunate. But discriminatory legislation could keep them from being able to do that. Faith-based charities and religious federal contractors alike deserve the chance to practice their religion freely without government interference. It appears Democrats need a refresher on the First Amendment. The government does not bestow the freedom of religion upon us. It is a freedom we've possessed since birth. Whenever we see protections for religious freedom being chipped away in this country, it is our solemn duty as Americans and people of faith to take a stand. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the impact the Competes Act will have on our nation. We're seeing the best economy of American workers in decades, with people earning higher wages, better benefits, and better jobs, thanks to President Biden's leadership. With that said, when I visited with the leadership from the Port of Houston in my district a while back, they expressed their gratitude for Congress's strong investment in the maritime infrastructure needed to keep America's economy moving in the right direction. They also expressed concern, however, that more workers will need technical training than our current system will be able to provide. The America Competes Act will be that critical next step in providing vital maritime workforce training. My home district, Texas's 29, will benefit greatly from the large grant program for domestic maritime worker training and education included in the Competes Act. I was proud to see this maritime grant program language included, as it was originally part of my bill, H.R. 987, which was one that was introduced to strengthen our maritime workforce. This investment will provide more Houston area workers the technical training, education, and resources needed to become qualified for good-paying maritime jobs. For example, the San Jacinto College Maritime Center in my district helps thousands of students learn new skills so they can earn good paychecks that hold families together. Located just outside of Houston, the San Jacinto College Maritime Program offers maritime training and deck-level coursework for all professional mariners. They cover everything from entry-level deckhands on an island towboat to unlimited tonnage masters on the world's largest ships. The Competes Act will empower the Maritime Grant Program that will directly benefit this community college, more workers for maritime work. But like the San Jacinto Community College in my district, there are also similar training centers across the nation that will benefit. The Competes Act will help thousands of students learn new skills so they can provide comfortably for their families and live a good life with good benefits. This is another way the America Competes Act will strengthen our supply chains. Where there will be plenty of large-scale improvements across the nation, there will also be many local governments like this in our hometowns that will benefit. I look forward to President Biden signing this bill into law. And this is yet, Madam Speaker, another example of how we are building a better America for generations to come. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I wish to address the American people and thank them for their hard work and their outstanding effort that funds our government and our active duty military personnel and veterans who have kept us safe, our law enforcement, our first responders, and all those who go to work every day, making sure we're safe in our community, safe in our nation, and safe around the world. I also want to thank all the people that go to work every day to earn a living and support their families. And yes, those are the people, all of them, that provide the revenue for which America can operate. Something I think President Biden's forgotten. He's been in Washington, D.C. for half a century. And he proposes a budget earlier this week that spends $73 trillion over the next 10 years. Increases our national debt by 50% by the year 2032. Under that budget, the debt will be $45 trillion. And to say what the President said, budget will show you your values, well, evidently he doesn't value our next generation. We all want our children to do better than we did and have it better than we did. How can they do that when he proposes to saddle them with so much debt? When you look at the national debt that we have, it's held by the public, it's held by foreign governments, and some of it's called intergovernmental debt, which means it's debt that's held by other government agencies. The Social Security Administration holds about 13% of our debt currently. I think this budget puts our seniors at risk in their ability to live a good life in retirement on a program for which they funded for so many years from their paychecks. So we look at the budget. I've read through it. All these items should be a red flag for anybody that wants to support this. It's not supporting America's values. It's not supporting our next generation. It's not helping our seniors. It's helping priorities laid forth by a man who's been in Washington, D.C. for 50 years. Evidently, he's gotten used to spending more revenue, or spending more than what the revenue brings in our country. I remember President Reagan. This is the, I believe, 41st anniversary of the assassination attempt, and I think President Reagan, when he would say, you know, he's spending like a drunken sailor, and then the president would say, well, at least the sailor's spending his own money. You know, we're entrusted with the money that the government takes from the citizens of the United States. We need to use it responsibly. We need to invest it in their priorities and not in the priorities of people inside the Beltway. I think he's too far out of touch, and quite frankly, it's something that there's a lot of things in it we can't afford. What we should be looking at is protecting life. We should be looking at being responsible so that our kids are not saddled with so much debt and that our seniors can retire and count on a program they've funded their entire lives. We've already seen the real cost of President Biden's tax and spend policies at the pump, in the grocery store, on the farm, and on Main Street America. It's time we stop leaving a financial disaster for the next generation and put together a budget that meets the needs of the American people, not the needs of President Biden and Speaker Pelosi. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus to pay tribute to a champion for Latinos and Latinas and leader for all, the late CHC chair, Congressman Esteban Torres. He did everything in his power to increase Hispanic representation in Congress, dedicated himself to disenfranchised communities, and had an unwavering commitment to equity. Esteban Torres was born in Arizona in 1930 to a proud Mexican family of migrant and copper mine workers. After the deportation of his father through the disastrous Mexican repatriation program, his family moved to East Los Angeles. Torres never saw his father again. As a self-proclaimed barrio kid, he grew up navigating the difficulties of a young Latino male without a father in Los Angeles. But that did not stop him from achieving excellence. From a young age, Torres was consistently recognized as a peacemaker, consensus builder, and leader in his community. He knew that leadership meant serving, and when he turned 19, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and fought in the Korean War. Later in life, the necessities of raising a family pushed Torres to work as a welder on the assembly line at an auto plant. There, he became involved with the labor movement and assumed the role of chief steward in the United Auto Workers Union's local branch. His ability to lead, inspire, and defend workers' rights drove him to become the nation's director of the Inter-American Bureau for Caribbean and Latin American Affairs. And so, he began his political career. After serving under President Carter as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and as White House Special Assistant for Hispanic Affairs, Torres represented the California's 34th District, the city of Norwalk, and the county of Los Angeles from 1983 until 1999. From his first year in Congress, he defended workers' rights, protected consumers, advanced environmental justice, and secured veteran services. Through it all, he never forgot his community. As chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, he pushed forward transformative legislation for immigrants in our country, such as the 1986 Immigration Reform and Control Act. This historic legislation gave legal status to more than 3 million immigrants, ultimately protecting other families from the same horror his family experienced many years back. Torres also led the CHC at a time when our communities did not have the representation we do today. After 8 terms, he expressed, quote, "I have reached the pinnacle of success in my own eyes. It's time to let the younger generation succeed," unquote. Today, I succeed him as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, a role I take with much responsibility because I know I have big shoes to fill. Thanks to his efforts, our communities can feel seen in the 38 members of the CHC that, inspired by Congressman Torres, serve with determination and compassion. I know that we, inspired by the late Congressman Esteban Torres, carry the torch to expand Hispanic representation in Congress and create a House and a Senate that is more representative of our nation. Esteban Torres, mentor, líder, amigo, after 91 years of touching lives and changing this nation, in January 2022, you passed away. You lived a long and impactful life of service, and you left this nation better than how you found it for future generations. Gracias. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in preparation for reauthorizing the Farm Bill in 2023, I rise today to deliver the 6th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series, where I am highlighting various aspects of the Farm Bill that deserve Congress awareness and support. For this legislation to be effective, it must support the efforts of both today's farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers, as well as those of the next generation. I'd planned to get up on the floor today to talk about how America's hope for food security in the future lies on the shoulders of young Americans who are voluntarily bearing the burden of feeding, fueling, and clothing the world. I was going to talk about all the great programs and organizations that we have in this country for young people who are interested in agriculture. I was going to talk about the New Beginning Farmers and Ranchers program through USDA and the importance of preserving the stepped-up basis in the tax code to ensure that family farms in America don't get taxed out of existence. And then President Biden's disastrous budget came out earlier this week. President Biden threatens the stepped-up basis yet again as we know it in the budget that he just released. If it becomes law, the food security and therefore national security of America hangs in the balance. Here's why the stepped-up basis exists and why it's so important. Let's say you're a young person working on your family's farm and you're slowly taking on responsibility and risk. You work for your parents in the operation until the time comes for you to inherit the land, equipment, and livestock. When that happens, the federal government should not jump in and impose taxes on the unrealized gain of your inherited land and assets. This principle is called the stepped-up basis, which has long been precedent in the tax code. The president's budget imposes new capital gains taxes at death, which will kill family farms. This is appalling. America is trying to recover from a pandemic, and farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers are struggling to survive as they cope with crises that this administration has caused, like the broken supply chain and rampant inflation. And now, this administration wants to impose new taxes on these people? And the president didn't stop there. His budget also includes a new capital gains tax that I'm going to call the farm killer tax. In Biden's budget, unbelievably, there is a proposal to impose capital gains taxes on farms that have been in families for over 90 years. Think about that. In 1940, the average cost of Kansas farmland was $50 per acre. Now irrigated land is over $4,000 per acre. Imagine the capital gains tax implications in that history of ownership. The proposal would impose hundreds of thousands of dollars in new capital gains taxes on farmers, killing their business overnight. Again, I was going to stand here today and talk about how important it is for Congress to support farmers, particularly the men and women who operate family-owned and operated multi-generational family farms. I was going to talk about how, in the name of supporting America's incredible producers, Congress needs to think carefully and critically about the programs we reauthorize in the 2023 Farm Bill. I didn't expect that I would see the farm killer tax in the budget this week. This new tax is not a game changer, it is a game ender for thousands of family farms. I'm frankly in disbelief. Farming is a multi-generational calling. Farmers, ranchers, and ag producers are my family and friends. They are America's heroes. And the ideas in this budget, threatening the stepped-up basis and imposing the new farm killer tax, are going to destroy the livelihoods of many in agriculture and make our country less secure. The president needs to wake up to reality. Farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers have earned our support, and his budget ideas are the opposite of that. They are a gut punch to the people who feed, fuel, and clothe this nation. This week, I'm introducing a bipartisan resolution along with 66 of my colleagues that supports the preservation of the stepped-up basis, opposes any efforts to impose new taxes on family farms and small businesses, and recognizes the importance of generational transfers of farm and small business operations. Again, this is something I was going to do anyway because of how important preserving the stepped-up basis is. Today, given Biden's disastrous budget, this message is more important. If we want to invest in the future of our country, which I think we can all agree that we do, we need to invest in the next generation of America's farmers, ranchers, and ag producers. I'll be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture thrives in America. Hopefully, when I'm standing here to speak next time, I won't have to address any more ideas that this administration may have had for destroying the livelihoods of America's farmers, ranchers, and ag producers. We must kill Biden's farm killer tax. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Inflation is a challenge for families. I feel it myself as a single mom raising 3 kids. Historically, the standard approaches to reduce inflation are to raise interest rates and to lower wages. Some people are calling for those same misguided approaches today. This is wrong-headed. Families need lower costs, not less money in their pockets. We can bring prices down by increasing supply. For example, by expanding energy capacity with more green energy. The America Competes Act, which I supported, will strengthen our supply chains and increase our domestic manufacturing of technology. We can also bring prices down by cracking down on corporate abuse. We can reduce health care costs by allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices, lower grocery costs by increasing competition in the meatpacking industry, and stop big oil from price gouging. These policies will lower costs without lowering wages. We can strengthen our capitalist economy and rein in inflation. Families need us to address inflation. They need lower costs, not lower wages. The IRS backlog is over 7 million tax returns. That's unacceptable. On the Oversight and Reform Committee, I am holding the IRS accountable to eliminate this backlog quickly. Families need their tax refunds to pay rent and buy food. Small business owners need their refunds to keep their doors open. It is their money, and the government should promptly return it. My office has helped Orange County residents cut through red tape and get answers from the IRS. We've helped nearly 500 taxpayers collectively recover over $500,000. I'm proud of these wins, but the solution here cannot be individual intervention. Years of budget cuts have limited the IRS's ability to operate effectively and efficiently. IRS employees are working hard. I thank them. But the IRS needs resources and the taxpayers need assistance. Every Congress member should vote to fully fund the IRS. As a taxpayer advocate, I will keep pushing to save taxpayers time and money. Orange County is leading the way on clean energy solutions. Businesses in our community are spearheading innovative technologies to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. These businesses represent the best of our capitalist economy. They create jobs and lead in innovation. I'm proud to represent a district that ranks among the top 5 in the most clean energy jobs in the country. However, as Earth Day approaches, we must also recognize that these cutting-edge businesses face an uneven playing field. Big oil and gas companies have unfair tax breaks and other advantages that inhibit competition that we need for healthy capitalism. Long-term, this will make it harder for our economy to stand up against our global competitors. The hard work of Orange County businesses that they're putting in to develop new and efficient methods of producing clean energy represents the best of our capitalist economy. To remain competitive, we have to lift up new and innovative technologies. Free and fair elections are the bedrock of our democracy. Regardless of their ideology, their identity, or where they live, all eligible voters should be able to cast their ballots freely and safely. In Orange County, the Registrar of Voters facilitates elections for more than 1.8 million registered voters. As chief election official in Orange County, Neil Kelly safeguarded equal access to the ballot box and protected the integrity of our elections. He innovated to improve efficiency and reliability of voting, adopting technology that increased transparency and voter turnout. He retired on March 10th after 17 years of remarkable service. Neil Kelly is a model public servant we can all learn from. On behalf of Orange County voters, I congratulate Mr. Kelly on his retirement and thank him for his service to our democracy. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on an issue that has directly impacted business and farmers across Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. The last few years have been challenging for all of us. Manufacturing has been hit hard, with rising cost and supply chain disruptions impacting numerous sectors of our economy. Although much of life has returned to normal since the pandemic began, the slow movement of goods through our economy is creating major headaches for American families. Empty shelves are becoming all too common at stores. Goods from overseas are being delayed by weeks or even months, contributing to higher shelf prices, and we are facing unprecedented supply chain crisis. Even though the administration and the Transportation Secretary doesn't seem to know what to do about supply chain problems, our companies in Iowa do. In Iowa, agricultural producers are also feeling the crunch, with their capacity for goods being hampered by a combination of surging demand for containerized shipping and a massive backlog at our nation's ports. This inefficiency has downstream effects on commodity prices, hurting farmers and ranchers across the country. As global competition has increased, control over our supply chain has fallen into the hands of fewer and fewer countries, most notably China. Such geographic concentration of supply chain has left many U.S. companies vulnerable to disruption, something we're now acutely experiencing. Vermeer Corporation in Pella has been working overtime to produce their famous yellow iron at a record pace despite supply chain issues. Vermeer has even gone above and beyond during this difficult time, working to help out their customers and partners. Last fall, a group of Vermeer team members working at a supplier in Minnesota worked for 6 weeks at their own cost, away from their families, to make the harnesses necessary to keep that beautiful yellow iron moving out the doors. Vermeer did what was ever necessary to keep their job done despite the supply chain challenges they were facing. Kent Corporation, headquartered in Muscatine, is a family-owned corporation that manufactures several food and beverage products. They face supply chain issues similar to all companies, but working mainly with agricultural products, impairment in their industry adds on to the difficulties our agricultural producers and farmers face every day. All the while, our farmers continue to deal with increased input cost. C&H Industrial, located in Burlington, their biggest facility by square footage in the United States, also face supply chain issues. During our visit, we've heard firsthand about their difficulty getting essential parts for their equipment. But their employees innovated and started producing the much-needed stabilizer bar on their backhoe. This little part was not felt it could be produced in the United States, imported from Brazil. They designed, cut, welded in 2 weeks in order to meet their customers' need. The industry did not think it could be done here in the United States. It was inspiring to see what the people of Iowa are capable of doing during these difficult times. But these visits showed me much more about the impact of supply chain disruptions have on everyone throughout southeastern Iowa. Lamont Molding in Mount Pleasant does custom plastic design and molding for HVAC, agricultural businesses, concrete accessories for roads and buildings, and chemicals, with a market that reaches every corner of the world. Plastic shortages have led them to use cast-off plastic, and now 99% of their regrind is reformulated and placed in their products. They also purchased a corrugator machine to make their own concrete cardboard boxes and dividers for shipping. By reducing imports from foreign companies, their customers have more reliability and dependability. Delays in deliveries have forced manufacturers across the country to resort to unorthodox and expedited methods of getting critical supplies. All these companies have adapted and improvised and demonstrate the critical need for reliance on homegrown products and solutions by in-house innovation or onshoring. Pretending the supply chain crisis doesn't exist isn't going to make it magically go away. It isn't just a high-class problem. This should not be a partisan issue. Let's get to work and deliver real results that support businesses and farmers across the country. I'd also like to wish a happy birthday to my good friend Ashley. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During this Women's History Month, let us celebrate the women who truly make our nation and world run. This month, we honor remarkable women who build families and communities, who lead governments, who serve and protect their fellow citizens, and break new ground in industry, in science, in technology, literature, medicine, and so much more. Their work often goes unrecognized, but their work anchors, guides, and uplifts our society and the world. Let me pay special tribute to historic women from the 5 counties of Ohio's 9th District that I am privileged to represent. Congresswoman Stephanie Tubbs Jones, the first African-American woman elected to Congress from Ohio. Poetess Toni Morrison from Lorain County, Ohio. And in Erie County, it's probably important for us to remember that the first all-female jury was seated on August 26, 1920. Can you imagine that? From Erie County, we remember the able and totally dedicated United Way director, Christine Galvin. And from Lucas County, 2 public servants, Eleanor Kale, who was elected to City Council after she went on Social Security, and Senator Edna Brown, who sadly just passed and was a comet, as was Shirley Chisholm at the national level, but a comet in Ohio as an African-American woman senator seated in Columbus, but from Northwest Ohio. The lives of these women inspire us all, and the legacies they leave are an inspiration to those who follow in their footsteps. So during this Women's History Month, we give thanks to them for the barriers that each of them broke and also for their solid accomplishments that they left behind. We all look forward with anticipation to the accomplishments of the next generations of American women to come, because indeed they lead the world. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the strongest possible terms to condemn Russian President Vladimir Putin and his ongoing war crimes against the people of Ukraine. In the last month, the world has witnessed Putin's brutality and capacity for evil against the innocent people of Ukraine. In the lead up to the invasion of a sovereign democratic Ukraine, Putin lied to the world, asserting that he did not want war, that he did not want to invade Ukraine, and that the troops amassed on the Ukrainian border were only conducting training exercises. Putin claims that any effort to expand NATO is a mission aimed only to destabilize Russia. However, it is exactly the opposite. NATO is solely a defensive alliance that has never sought to destabilize or challenge Russia, but rather to support the maintenance and respect for sovereignty and peace. At no time during the lead up to the Russians' criminal invasion did Ukraine or NATO provoke Vladimir Putin to act. Despite this, Putin launched a full-scale, illegal, and unjustified invasion of Ukraine under the false pretense of ethnic solidarity and denazization. The bottom line is, Putin is a liar and cannot be trusted. The world has witnessed Putin's indiscriminately bombing of residential areas and civilian infrastructure across Ukraine. Putin's authoritarian brutality has included the horrific bombing and destruction of a maternity hospital in Mariupol, where he murdered women and children. He also ordered the bombing of a community theater where hundreds of innocent civilians were sheltering. Fears remain that Russian forces, at the sole discretion of Putin, will use chemical weapons against innocent Ukrainians, as they did in Syria in 2015. In the face of Putin's criminal war, the Ukrainian people and their President Zelensky have shown immense courage, resilience, and determination as they defend their country. The world stands united with them As a member of the House Intelligence Committee, I believe it is vital that the United States continue to maximize available intelligence sharing with our Ukrainian and international allies, and also maintain robust military and humanitarian assistance. The United States must also work to declassify intelligence that reveals evidence of Vladimir Putin's malign intentions and his actions, including war crimes committed. Putin is a thug, a dictator, and an authoritarian war criminal whose crimes past, present, and future should be known and exposed across the world. Pulling back the veil on his actions will ensure that we hold Putin accountable and prosecute him for the war criminal he is. America and its people will continue to show solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Colorado who are experiencing historic, destructive, and devastating wildfires. 4 of the largest wildfires in our state's history have happened in just the last 18 months. For my community, we're no longer witnessing wildfire seasons, but instead wildfire years. Fires are burning in August, December, in March. Our communities are under threat by worsening, more dangerous, unrelenting wildfires 365 days a year. And I'd like to explain, Madam Speaker, to the American people what this encroaching threat will mean for families, for firefighters, for communities, and for our neighborhoods. On December 30th, as the Speaker may be aware, a rangeland fire fueled by hurricane-force winds ran through the suburban neighborhoods in my district of Louisville and Superior, Colorado, forcing over 30,000 people to evacuate and destroying 1,084 homes and businesses in less than 18 hours. 1,084 in 18 hours. Over 1,000 families left with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the items that they carried. Their lives will forever be changed as they begin the long, challenging, complex recovery process. The Marshall Fire, now the most destructive fire in Colorado history, was not the first, and it will not be the last. The Cameron Peak Fire in Larimer County, Colorado, burned over 400,000 acres from August 2020 through December of that year. The East Troublesome Fire in Grand County grew more than 100,000 acres in one day. Collectively, those fires have destroyed countless structures and left millions in damages for our communities to take on. Madam Speaker, these disasters warrant a response from the federal government, a bold, decisive response. And we have proposed some of the potential solutions. First, we have got to start paying our firefighters a living wage. You know, I was looking at job postings this morning, Madam Speaker, in my district. In Boulder, there are customer service representative positions at coffee stores, shops, retail establishments with starting pay of $20 an hour, $23 an hour. And yet we have federal wildland firefighters making today $19 an hour, $18 an hour, $16 an hour, as they are literally sacrificing so much and putting their own lives on the line to protect our communities. It is unconscionable, and it should be unacceptable to every member of this body. And that's why we introduced Tim's Act, to honor Tim Hart, a brave smoke jumper who tragically lost his life last year working on a wildfire in New Mexico. Our bill with Representative Liz Cheney is the first bipartisan, comprehensive legislation of its kind to significantly raise pay for federal wildland firefighters and ensure access to mental health services, to specialized hotshot crews, to housing and retirement benefits, and so much more. These firefighters are risking their lives every day, Madam Speaker. They deserve just compensation. We have got to change it, and I am committed to doing everything in my power to get this bill to the floor of this House. We have also got to support our communities in recovery. Rebuilding takes time, and it takes a lot of money. It is emotionally exhausting and complex. Last week, families in my district, in Boulder, who were in the process of literally rebuilding their homes, which were lost in the Marshall Fire, were evacuated from their new temporary homes, rental properties, in Boulder, as the NCAR fire burned as close as 1,000 yards from homes in the area. Firefighters are literally working as we speak to contain that fire. My bill, the Wildfire Recovery Act, which recently passed out of Transportation and Infrastructure, the T&I Committee last year, would help local communities like Boulder and Fort Collins and communities across my state, from the Western Slope to the Eastern Plains, recover. It would invest money in mitigation, in resiliency. It is
Time has expired.
for us to get this done, Madam Speaker. I am committed to doing everything I can to get those bills and many more to the floor, and we intend to get this done. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the month of April as the month of the military child. I've always said that when someone joins the military, it's not just a job, it's a family commitment to our country. This is especially true for the more than 1.6 million children who have a parent in active duty serving our nation, including nearly 2,000 who call Fairchild Air Force Base in Eastern Washington home. Over the next few weeks, I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring the thousands of brave men and women who demonstrate their courage and commitment to freedom, selflessly serving our country around the world. Let us take this time to say thank you to those in uniform keeping us safe and remind them that while they're taking care of us, we are taking care of their children. To all the children of active duty service members, we salute you. We recognize your commitment to our country. We share in your struggles of not seeing your mom and dad, and we support you unconditionally. Just like your parents, you are a hero in your own way, and in April, we celebrate you. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing the incredible sacrifices of military children across the country, and invite my fellow Americans to help us honor them with unwavering support and appreciation, today and every day. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the dedicated public service and congressional career of a phenomenal woman, Vivian Perecci. In August 2001, the people of South Florida's 20th Congressional District, which later became the 23rd District that I proudly represent today, received a precious gift in the dedicated service of Vivian. For more than 20 years, this daughter of Cuban refugees emigrated to Florida in search of a better life and ended her career making the lives of so many others better. She became a trusted advisor, advocate, and community leader. Through 4 administrations and 2 members of Congress, she navigated the federal government in all the ways it serves the American people with a nurturing spirit and patient persistence. When we passed the Affordable Care Act, a jubilant Vivian Perecci said to me, "Now we can help so many more people." Whether it was passing life-changing legislation, going door to door to give hurricane relief and assistance, providing immigration help, or just hugging the families that lost loved ones in the Surfside condo tragedy, Vivian has always been there for our people. Vivian sought out a career in public service to be a voice for the voiceless, to speak for those who don't have a seat at the table, and every day of her 20-plus years of service, she has done just that. I know that she will continue to do this self-sacrificing work as she moves on to serve seniors in our community in her new role. The constituents of Florida's 23rd Congressional District and the state as a whole benefited from Vivian's dedicated, diligent work ethic and her compassion. I know that her husband Alex and sons Eric and Nicholas are so proud of her and all the work that she's done, and so am I. Thank you all for sacrificing your precious family time with her so she could serve the people of South Florida for all these years. I will miss my friend, but I know that we will end up spending many more hours of personal time together. And on behalf of my constituents, current and former staff, and all its stakeholders, we proudly thank Vivian and congratulate her as she begins the next chapter of her service. Te quiero, mi amiga. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Speaker, the inflation rate in the United States currently stands at 7.9%. That's the highest it's been since January 1982. As prices continue to rise, thanks to the unfavorable financial conditions created by President Biden's agenda, these economies should rebrand themselves to reflect the state of our economy. Whole Foods Market will need to change its name to Piece of Food Market. Pretty soon, that's all shoppers will be able to afford. When Americans take their next family vacation, they might need to rent a car from the airport. Hurts Your Wallet has vacations covered. Then there's the big box stores, long cherished for bulk purchases at low prices. Those days, of course, are gone in President Biden's economy. Enjoy a trip to Costco going up wholesale or targeting more expensive. When we have an administration that's putting forward a $5.8 trillion, that's with a T, trillion budget request, that says everything you need to know about their attitude towards inflation, Madam Speaker. This group is simply out of touch with the financial pain felt by American families because of rising prices. I hope the next inflation report on April 12th contains some good news for consumers. Of course, if it doesn't, I have no doubt that the Biden administration will deny responsibility and shift blame to big oil, big agriculture, or big something. One thing is for sure, President Biden will never blame big government for his administration's economic failures. Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate former Tennessee Supreme Court Chief Justice, my good friend Gary Wade, and recognize his long and distinguished career in Tennessee law. Born and raised in East Tennessee, Chief Justice Wade made the indisputably wise decision to attend the University of Tennessee, my alma mater, and graduated with his law degree in 1973. I'd like to note, it's not in my notes, but I was in the 3rd grade at that time. A couple years later, Chief Justice Wade decided to pursue public service and became the youngest ever mayor of Sevierville, where he served for 5 consecutive terms while simultaneously practicing law. In 1987, Chief Justice Wade joined the Court of Criminal Appeals, where he served for 19 years and was presiding judge for 8 of those years. In 2006, he was appointed by then-Governor Phil Bredesen to the Tennessee Supreme Court, and he served as the court's Chief Justice for 2 years. Following his retirement from the court in 2015, Chief Justice Wade became Vice President and Dean of the Lincoln Memorial University's Duncan School of Law. It was named after my predecessor. The school achieved full accreditation for the American Bar Association, thanks to Chief Justice Wade's leadership. In 2020, he retired from that position and joined the London Amburn Law Firm in Knoxville. Outside of his legal activities, Chief Justice Wade leads several charitable initiatives in East Tennessee. He started the Tennessee Judicial Conference Foundation, a program that awards need-based scholarships to students attending any of Tennessee's 6 law schools. He is also a co-founder of Friends of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which contributes funds to protect the park, and co-founder of Leadership Severe, a leadership training program for young Sevier County residents. Congratulations on an impressive career, Chief Justice Wade. And as a personal note, I always remember when Mama and I were going to the hospital and Daddy had just had his stroke, and we were in a little state of panic. He saw us and passed us and called me on my car phone to check on us and check how Daddy was doing. He's a dear friend. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Specialist 4th Class Victor Hodge, an American hero who served his country as Tennessee's 2nd District March 2022 Veteran of the Month. Specialist 4 Hodge, who has battled health issues his entire life, but he never let that spirit break his spirit. One day when he was 17 years old, he was out driving with his mother and saw an Uncle Sam poster on a building in Maryville, Tennessee. He told her to stop the car because he was joining the Army. She told him they wouldn't take him, but Specialist 4 Hodge got out of the car anyway, and on July 28, 1978, he officially became a member of the United States Army despite the obstacles created by his health. He received his initial military training at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, and then was assigned to the Nike Hercules as a missile crewman. Upon completing his training, Specialist 4 Hodge was stationed at Homestead Air Force Base in Florida. His duty location was in the Florida Everglades, and he went on to become the leader of his squad. He served in Florida for a year and a half before health issues forced him to return to Fort Bliss. Due to his health, Specialist 4 Hodge received a medical discharge from the Army. One of his favorite memories from his service in Florida was when he had the privilege of meeting General Omar Bradley, the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Since retiring from the military, Specialist 4 Hodge has been blessed with 3 children, 2 stepchildren, and 3 he helps raise. Specialist 4 Hodge is a man of strong faith and thanks God every day for all the blessings in his life. Despite persistent health struggles, Specialist 4 Hodge did not let that stop him from serving his country. It's my honor to recognize him as Tennessee 2nd District March 2022 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of my friend, Congressman Don Young. Don passed away last week while traveling home to Alaska. At the age of 88, he was still traversing this nation to serve his constituents. He stood up for their needs, concerns, and families, both here on the House floor and out in the wild lands of his beloved state. Don was a fierce fighter for Alaska, but he was also a genuine man who worked on both sides of the aisle with members, advocates, and people of all ideologies and backgrounds to improve the lives of the families he represented, never letting Washington politics get in his way. During his decades in Congress, Don advocated for Alaska Native tribes, rural communities, and the success of all Alaska, from its economy to its lands, and the issues everyday families talked about over dinner. Rough around the edges, and at times, that's the way he just wanted to be. That's who he was. Like the vast and wild state he represented, Don was never one to back down from what he believed. Again and again, he put in the work to get things done. Beyond his words, his accomplishments, his work, Don was genuine. All you had to do is sit down with him in his office and understand how he had a story for almost everything. From his time on the Yukon River on tugboats, to hunting, to just enjoying life and his family. He was genuine. He was real. And more than anything else, he was my friend. I will miss him deeply. We always miss good people like that. People that really have an impact on our lives personally, on the lives of people that he represented, on the lives of his family. He was a good, real person. Last fall, I shook hands with a friendly wager with Don for Alaska's National Park on Fat Bear Week. I had never had that type of a bet with Don before, and I knew not much about bears. We agreed with each other that whichever congressman chose the bear that went further in the annual competition would win a district product from the other's home district. And when my bear won, well, obviously I was surprised. Don told me that I would never have a chance of winning at all because I knew nothing about bears. But I got lucky, and he smiled, as only Don could do. And Don was true to his word. He brought me back a jar of smoked salmon from Alaska. Yesterday, I joined members on both sides of the aisle as we paid our respects to his life and legacy in the Capitol. I could tell a lot of stories about Don, but when I was a freshman here, I went to him and I said, you know, he had this unique ability to work on Native American issues. And I said to him, I have a little bit of a problem here with an issue and trying to find some votes. We sat and talked for a while, and the next thing he knew, he said, give me a few minutes. About 5 minutes later, he came back and he said, well, you've got your votes. Let's get this thing passed. As the Dean of the House, Dan set an example for all of us to follow. Respecting one another, honoring one another, working with one another. I was honored to work across the aisle from him to uplift the tribal communities, our rural communities, and often overlooked states. He was so passionate about rural America. He was so passionate about the quality of life that he had up in Alaska. He went back there each and every time, back and forth, because of his love for his state. Today, my thoughts are with his wife, Annie, his children, and with the state of Alaska, who have lost an advocate and a giant. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, President Biden released a budget proposal calling for the highest sustained level of government spending in American history. Unfortunately, despite record high inflation caused by his administration's reckless and out-of-control spending, President Biden's budget request fails to fight inflation and leaves our military woefully unprepared if enacted as is. Instead, it uses budget tricks and misguided projections combined with already expiring spending programs to forecast an unrealistic decrease in the deficit, all while raising taxes. In fact, the White House assumed inflation would only be 2.3% for this year, when in reality, actual inflation is running at 7.9%. Furthermore, they used an extremely low interest rate forecast, even though the Federal Reserve recently raised interest rates and signaled more rate increases would be on the way. Worst of all, they take credit for the temporary spending programs used to combat the pandemic that are already set to expire and are calling it a spending cut. The only explanation for such drastic errors and misguided messaging is that the Biden administration intentionally wanted to mislead the American people and save face for a failed first year of one-party Democratic control. It's absurd that President Biden thinks he can pull the wool over the American people's eyes and fool them into thinking he is taking the issues of inflation, the debt, and the deficit seriously. But we know that's not the case because President Biden and congressional Democrats spent trillions of tax dollars during the first year of complete Democratic control to enact their ultra-left-wing agenda and satisfy their so-called progressive base, resulting in an increase in inflation every month President Biden has been in office. Even after a year of record spending on unnecessary social programs and burdensome environmental regulations that terminate American jobs and make us reliant on foreign energy, the president did not learn his lesson. His budget proposal spends billions of dollars on Green New Deal initiatives while doing everything possible to eliminate the American oil and gas industry. The worst part of President Biden's bloated budget is what this means for America's armed services. If we want the future of our military to be as strong as our current military, then at the very least it will need to be funded at the same level as inflation. Instead, military spending only increases by 4%, well below the current level of 7.9% and future projections. Amid an active land war in Europe, President Biden's budget would shrink the active duty Army to just 473,000 troops. That would leave the service at its smallest size since 1940. Before releasing his budget, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told the president that inflation would make it difficult to buy the ships that the Navy needs to continue to develop new weapons, and to pay our troops at a fair wage. Apparently, the president didn't listen. How can we expect to compete with China and other adversaries if we are decreasing the size and strength of our military and are unable to fund the research for new weapons? We simply cannot. It has become apparent that President Biden's White House has adopted a uniform policy when combating inflation. If you close your eyes, cover your ears, plug your nose, and bite your tongue, inflation ceases to exist. We know that's not the case. Madam Speaker, I have repeatedly called on the President to unleash America's energy independence, rein in government spending, eliminate the burdensome taxes and regulations on job-creating industries and families, and return to the policies that put America first. Thankfully, Congress will decide what to spend for the sake of our constituents and for our children and those that follow after them. Let's hope we can come together and pass a budget that puts the brakes on inflation and prevents our country from driving off a fiscal cliff. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O Lord our God, blessed is the one who trusts in you, whose confidence is in you. We ask your blessing then on the people of Ukraine who hold fast to the hope of your deliverance. Grant the Ukrainian spirit of resilience and righteousness success as that of David over Goliath. May their faithfulness be the weapon that confounds the reach of the enemy. May their trust in you assure their survival. God, be a sign to the world that you are the refuge of the faithful, that their accusers are discredited by their own acts of disgrace. Intervene in the ongoing hostilities and speak into the peace talks. Put your divine thumb on the scales that portend a zero-sum gain and counterbalance the wickedness of power with the power of virtue and the value of human life. Defeat division with reconciliation, enmity with mutual concord, that all would know of your protection and would yield to your purpose. You have allowed the world to witness these recent troubles, many and bitter. We pray we may soon give testimony to how you restore life again to those whose confidence is in you, that you alone bring accord out of discord to those who trust in you, and hope from despair to those who believe in your salvation. It is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for one minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of the NC State women's basketball team, who won their third straight ACC championship this year. On Monday night, the entire Wolfpack community watched an incredible game as the women played their hearts out against UConn. Our players fought until the very end, coming back in the second half after trailing by double digits, scoring a three-pointer that sent them into double overtime. It was no easy feat playing UConn in their own territory, and NC State never gave up. Too often, women athletes don't get the attention they deserve. The team was an example to all female athletes and all boys and girls seeking to play at the collegiate level. Congratulations to the Wolfpack on a fantastic season. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the body for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the most competent, respected, and effective advocate for children and families that I have ever known. Someone who has made a difference in the lives of countless Space Coast families, Irene Burnett. When the Space Center was developed in the early 60s, there were almost no social services, so Irene was brought in to lead the Human Planning Council. Irene devoted herself to serving the health, mental health, and social needs of our communities, establishing circles of care, the first dental clinic, and the first legal aid society. Irene's philosophy was, we don't work with blind or disabled, we work with people, always stressing the importance of not only helping individuals, but families as well. Irene exemplifies the servant heart leadership. Thus, I ask my colleagues to join me in saluting Irene Burnett's lifetime of service. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Recognition to speak for 1 minute on the floor and to reserve my right to amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of labor and civil rights leader Cesar E. Chavez. Born in Yuma, Arizona, Cesar worked with his family in the fields of America's Southwest. After serving in the United States Navy, Cesar began organizing for the human dignity and respect of all farm workers like my father and grandfather who did backbreaking work in the fields of California. Cesar's powerful message of hope and opportunity motivated a generation to stand up and demand the respect and dignity their work deserves. He taught us the importance of nonviolent activism to fight for fair wages and fair treatment that helped put the American dream within reach for hardworking immigrant families. But his legacy extends beyond agriculture. He spent his life making sure our nation lived up to its core values of freedom, justice, and equality for all. His timeless vision of hope for a better world continues to inspire us every single day. Today, on what would have been his 95th birthday, let us reflect on Cesar's life's work and carry forward the legacy he set forth. Sí se puede. Yes, we can. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy 100th anniversary to the Reserve Organization of America, formerly known as the Reserve Officers Association of the United States. As the only organization solely dedicated to supporting the reserve components at all ranks of all services, the ROA is a professional association that supports the rights and benefits of its members and their families, promoting national security. I know firsthand the effectiveness of ROA, having served with Colonel Leonard Metz as Midlands chapter president. Shortly after World War I, in 1922, General John J. Pershing helped establish the ROA to ensure that America had a strong reserve force to reinforce peace through strength. ROA membership is open to all federally commissioned officers, warrant officers, non-commissioned officers enlisted in their families of all services with the Public Health Service, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism, which comes to America, sadly, from a safe haven in Afghanistan. Long live Vladimir Zelensky.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, over 34 million people in the United States have diabetes. Nearly a quarter require insulin to stay alive. But the cost of insulin is bankrupting American families, and that must change. According to research conducted by RAND, Americans pay average of $99 for a unit of insulin, while Canadians spend just $12. This study looked at insulin prices in 32 other countries. It found that the cost of insulin was always higher, often 5 and 10 times more expensive for people living in the United States versus that of people living in other countries. That's why I rise today in support of legislation that would cap the maximum cost of insulin at $35 a month. Insulin is necessary and life-saving. It shouldn't be costing families their life savings, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Passing the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022 was an important step in addressing the ongoing economic crisis facing our country. This legislation includes my bipartisan proposal to establish a task force to address the ongoing port backlog at the Port of Long Beach and Los Angeles. These ports move 40% of all shipping containers entering the U.S. and are major port of entry for California's oil supply. The combination of the port backlog, inflation, and the administration's crippling energy policies are making everything unaffordable for Californians, especially gas. We must address the supply chain crisis, unleash domestic energy production, and stop the reckless government spending, driving inflation. I urge the Senate to pass this bill immediately so we can tackle this crisis and help California families. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13694 of April 1st, 2015, with respect to the significant malicious cyber-enabled activities is to continue in effect beyond April 1st, 2022. Significant malicious cyber-enabled activities originating from or directed by persons located in whole or in substantial part outside the United States continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13694 with respect to the significant malicious cyber-enabled activities. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Okay. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13664 of April 3, 2014, with respect to South Sudan, is to continue in effect beyond April 3, 2022. The situation and in relation to South Sudan, which has been marked by activities that threaten the peace, security, or stability of South Sudan and the surrounding region, including widespread violence and atrocities, human rights abuses, recruitment and use of child soldiers, attacks on peacekeepers, and obstruction of humanitarian operations, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13664 with respect to South Sudan. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5706.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 205, H.R. 5706, a bill to protect transportation personnel and passengers from sexual assault and harassment and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to rise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5706.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this point, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a letter from Chairman Nadler, the House Committee on Judiciary, agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 5706, as well as my response to Mr. Nadler, expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5706, the Stop Sexual Assault and Harassment in Transportation Act. The number one goal in the transportation of people, whether it's across town or across an ocean, must be safety. No matter how much progress we've made in increasing the safety of our transportation system, we always must strive to do better. But we've seen over the course of the last several years, much more work remains to be done. And unfortunately, the pandemic has only served to exacerbate the problem. For instance, there were more than 5,700 reports of air rage incidents on U.S. airlines in 2021, compared to a typical year of 100 to 150 cases. And many of these incidents included sexual assault and harassment. In fact, last August, a passenger was arrested for punching a Frontier Airlines flight attendant and groping two others on a flight from Philadelphia to Miami. On another flight from New York to San Francisco last year, a plane was diverted when a passenger engaged in erratic behavior, including sexually harassing another passenger. The risk of unwelcoming and even threatening environment has never been more real for both passengers and transportation workers alike. And this existed long before the pandemic. According to a 2018 study, 68% of flight attendants on U.S. airlines say they experienced sexual harassment, and 18% experienced some type of physical sexual abuse from passengers during their careers. 68% sexual harassment, 18% physical sexual abuse. Moreover, this type of misconduct is not just limited to aviation. For example, sexual assault is by far most frequently reported crime on cruise ships. 101 incidents reported in 2019, the last full year before the pandemic shut down much of the industry's operations. And while we don't have a comprehensive set of data for public transit, a March 2020 survey of students at San Jose State University found that 63% of respondents had experienced some form of harassment while using transit. In recent years, there may be no other industry this issue has plagued more than transportation network companies. In 2019, Uber released its first ever report documenting sexual assaults among users of its ride-sharing app. The country documented over 6,000 reports of sexual assault incidents in a 2-year span. That's an average of almost 10 sexual assaults on an Uber or in an Uber per day. And just last October, Lyft released its first ever report documenting 4,158 sexual assault incidents over a span of 3 years. These results highlight the need for the federal government to do much more to root out the scourge of sexual assault in our transportation system. But we can't effectively respond to these incidents until we fully understand the scope of the problem. Unfortunately, there's no federal clearinghouse for transportation-related sexual assault and harassment incidents. The data that the Department of Justice and the Department of Transportation collect on sexual assault and harassment in transportation are largely of incidents that were directly reported to them, not from transportation providers. This information gap leaves lawmakers, policymakers, and transportation providers themselves unaware of areas where laws and policies should be improved. That's why the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure passed my bill, the H.R. 5706, Stop Sexual Assault and Harassment Transportation Act. This bill will require transportation providers to establish formal policies addressing sexual assault and harassment, direct employees to receive specific training for not just how to handle sexual assault or harassment incidents, but also how to recognize and respond to potential human trafficking activities. Direct the Department of Transportation to establish the first ever federal clearinghouse for transportation-related sexual assaults and harassment data to allow us and the traveling public to fully understand the scope of this problem. We can no longer allow sexual violence and abuse to persist on our roads, our waters, or in our skies. We must ensure our transportation system is safe for those who work in it and those who wish to use it. This bill, which will allow us to finally track, respond to, and ultimately prevent sexual assault and harassment within all areas of our transportation system, brings us one step closer to attaining that goal. I want to acknowledge and express my appreciation for the many supporters of this bill. In particular, the bill has been strongly endorsed by the Airline Pilots Association, the American Association of Justice, the Association of Flight Attendants, Association of Professional Flight Attendants, National Center on Sexual Exploitation, Rights for Girls, Survivors for Solutions, Transportation Communications Union, Transportation Trades Department, AFL-CIO, and Transport Workers Union of America. I'd also like to thank my Republican colleagues for their help in strengthening this bill by expanding its requirements to state-regulated for-profit vehicles. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the goal of H.R. 5705 to prevent incidents of sexual assault and harassment in transportation. Passengers should feel safe when they're traveling, and transportation workers should feel safe in their workplace. No one condones sexual misconduct. That is why the Transportation Infrastructure Committee and Congress took such a strong bipartisan stance against this type of behavior in the Air Transportation in the FAA Authorization Act of 2018. Last Congress, this legislation passed the House by voice vote. After Chairman DeFazio worked with the other side of the aisle to address technical concerns with the bill to avoid unintended implementation of issues. Again, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for working with us on this bill. I urge support of this legislation and reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would reserve. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman
Okay,
from
we don't have a speaker either, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, we want to help ensure that sexual misconduct in transportation is eliminated, and this bill is a step in the right direction. I urge support of this legislation and yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and as I said earlier, I would urge my colleagues to support this bill. Hopefully we can move it out of the House unanimously and get the Senate tacked in the near future. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5706? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
Jesus Christ, these people.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask, I'm on to my next bill here. Okay. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-400 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 400, a bill to designate the headquarters buildings of the Department of Transportation located at 1200 New Jersey Avenue Southeast in Washington, D.C. as the William T. Coleman, Jr. and Norman Y. Mineta Federal Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-400 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-400 as amended, a bill to name the headquarters building of the Department of Transportation located at 1200 New Jersey Avenue Southeast in Washington, D.C. as the William T. Coleman, Jr. and Norman Y. Mineta Federal Building. The text we're considering today represents an agreement reached with the Senate and reconciles the differences between S-400 and my bill, H.R. 4679, which passed the House last November. This compromise language pays tribute to two American patriots, William T. Coleman Jr. and Norman Yoshio Mineta. William T. Coleman Jr. led a life of extraordinary achievement. He attended a segregated elementary school, graduated summa cum laude from the University of Pennsylvania, was accepted into Harvard Law. He left in 1943 to enlist in the Army Air Force, trained with the Tuskegee Airmen, returned to Harvard Law School, graduated first in his class. He was the first African-American clerk on the Supreme Court. He also worked with Thurgood Marshall on the legal team preparing the briefs in the Brown versus the Board of Education, served as president and chairman of the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, and argued 19 cases before the Supreme Court. Mr. Coleman was the second African American to serve in a White House cabinet after being appointed Transportation Secretary by President Gerald R. Ford in March 1975. Norman Y. Mineta also has an extraordinary life story. He, along with his family, suffered the grave injustice of being forcibly relocated and interned during World War II. But he was not bitter toward his government. Instead, he spent his career serving his country by participating in and improving government. For almost 30 years, Norm represented San Jose, California on the city council, then as mayor, and from 1975 to 1995 as a member of Congress. He served on the Committee on Public Works and Transportation during his entire time in Congress. He chaired the Subcommittee on Aviation, the Subcommittee on Surface Transportation, and he chaired the full committee for one full term. Norm's skills and accomplishments were widely recognized. He was President Bill Clinton's Secretary of Commerce, President George W. Bush's Secretary of Transportation, where he was the longest-serving Secretary of Transportation in U.S. history. Following the terrorist acts of September 11, 2001, Secretary Mineta guided the creation of the Transportation Security Administration, an agency with more than 65,000 employees, the largest mobilization of a new federal agency since World War II. For their contributions to this institution and to our government into the field of transportation, Secretary William T. Coleman Jr. and Secretary Mineta deserve this recognition. I strongly support this legislation and urge my colleagues to join me. I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senate Bill 400, as amended, designates the United States Department of Transportation headquarters as the William Coleman and Norman Mineta Federal Building. William Coleman was a long history of public service, including serving as the fourth Secretary of Transportation, as a civil rights leader, and early in his career by serving the nation during World War II. Norman Mineta served as chair and ranking member of Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. He was later appointed as the 14th Secretary of Transportation under President George W. Bush and is the longest-serving Secretary in Transportation to date. I think it is fitting to recognize the work and commitment of both secretaries by naming the DOT headquarters after them. I urge support of the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Okay, I'm ready to close. Madam
is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of House Resolution Senate Resolution 400. In closing, this bill is appropriately designated both Norm Mineta and William Coleman for their service to our country in the United States Department of Transportation. With that, I urge my members to support this bill, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I've already spoken strongly for this bill for William T. Coleman and Norm Mineta to name the Department of Transportation. I just want to add a personal note. I served with Norm Mineta for 8 years, and he was a great chairman and mentor. Between him and Jim Oberstar, I owe them a lot for my success in Congress and for the leadership in this committee. So I'm really pleased that we can do this today. I would expect it will pass the House unanimously, but there's inane people on the other side of the aisle who insist on voting on everything for no apparent reason. So I expect we will end up with a recorded vote, but I expect that will be unanimous. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 400 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to say that we are sent here for one reason, and that is to vote.
Gentleman
on
is
each
not
bill.
recognized for debate. The gentleman is pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5673.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 202, H.R. 5673, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to make technical corrections to the Hazard Mitigation Revolving Loan Fund Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5673.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5673. This bill will make technical corrections to the STORM Act, which was enacted in the 116th Congress. The STORM Act is bipartisan and bicameral legislation that created a hazard mitigation revolving loan fund that helps states and tribal governments finance mitigation projects. This bill corrects clerical errors in the enacted language of the STORM Act. I urge my colleagues on both sides to join with me and support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I am proud to be a co-sponsor of H.R. 5673, the Safeguarding Tomorrow Through Ongoing Risk Mitigation, STORM is the acronym, Technical Corrections Act, which makes necessary corrections to the STORM Act passed last late Congress. This bill recognizes and implements the latest of 2 installments of the building code and makes additional corrections, including those related to definitions from insular areas to the Mitigation Revolving Loan Fund created in the STORM Act last Congress to ensure parity. The language reflects previously agreed upon bipartisan legislation and in the 116th House version of the STORM Act. I want to thank Chair Titus, who for her work and leadership in this bill, and appreciate the bipartisan found in this legislation, this bipartisanship. I urge the support of this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I have no speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, I'd like to urge that these corrections be added to the law and previously agreed to corrections to the STORM Act as passed by the last Congress. And I urge support of this legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5673? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the representative from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5343 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 208, H.R. 5343, a bill to direct the Administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to submit a report to Congress on case management personnel turnover and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5343 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5343. This bill addresses the high rate of turnover for disaster case management personnel at FEMA. FEMA's case management personnel are critical to the disaster recovery process. They help survivors access basic needs such as housing, child care, and transportation assistance. This legislation requires FEMA to provide a report to Congress with data on case management personnel turnover and any agency plans to reduce turnover. I urge my colleagues on both sides to join with me and support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 5343, the FEMA Casework Accountability Act, requires the Federal Emergency Management Agency to examine their case management turnover rates and average length of employment for employees detailed in the disaster response case. The goal of H.R. 5343 is to reduce the turnover rates and for FEMA employees that have detailed to discover who have been detailed to disaster recovery. Consistent turnover only hurts the disaster victim, and it can prolong the recovery process, especially for small rural communities. I urge support of this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve the. I yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5343, the FEMA Caseworker Accountability Act. South Carolina's 7th District is still recuperating from disaster after disaster. We experienced 4 flooding events in 8 years. Over the years, I've learned some tough lessons. We've continuously heard and seen how case management staff turnover rates at FEMA have extended the process for our communities to receive the assistance they need after a disaster. Sometimes it takes 4 or 5 years for the FEMA process to get people back in their homes. And it's far too long because, unfortunately, the people who are disproportionately affected by these disasters are people of low income and minorities, and they lose everything that they had, what little they had, and they can't wait for the government to respond for 5 years before they respond. I've heard complaints from disaster victims to local officials about the lack of coordination due to the high turnover rates at FEMA. This disorganization causes significant delays in processing claims and reimbursement of essential funds. This bill will increase the transparency at FEMA following a disaster by requiring a report on their employees' turnover rate. It also requires a report to include the average length of employment for staff who are assigned to work on disaster recoveries. FEMA must be held accountable to our communities and our taxpayers who rely on them following a disaster. I'd like to thank Representative Mace and Representative Gonzalez-Colon for their support on this legislation. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yield
Gentleman
back.
reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, this bill will assist FEMA by providing the data to reduce turnover and provide more consistency for communities recovering from disasters. I support this legislation. I urge others to do the same, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5343, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the congressman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5547 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 189, H.R. 5547, a bill to amend the Public Works and Economic Development Act of 1965 to require eligible recipients of certain grants to develop a comprehensive economic development strategy that directly or indirectly increases the accessibility of affordable, quality, care-based services and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5547 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the Care as an Economic Development Strategy Act. I'd like to start by honoring my co-author of this bill, who recently passed away unexpectedly, Congressman Don Young, the longest-serving member of this body, the Dean of the House. As my partner on this bill, I got to see his dedication to serving the people up close. Even though he's no longer with us in this chamber, I know that Congressman Young will be proud that the full House is considering the bill that we worked so hard on together to help our kids and our communities. We authored this legislation with a simple idea in mind. Investing in care will help get people back to work, create good-paying jobs, and create a stronger economy for everyone. I know this firsthand as the working mom of my 6-year-old son, my Carter Cakes. My ability to be standing before you today is dependent on making sure that my Carter Cakes is safe and cared for. And let me tell y'all, it can even be difficult for families like mine. When I was pregnant with Carter, we struggled to find childcare that was affordable and accessible. And today, it's up to my husband, Leslie, and I to make sure that he's continued to be cared for so that I can serve the people. Just this month, my husband had to take a day off from his job so that I could make a last-minute trip to D.C. when school was closed for a teacher workday. And later that same week, it was my turn. It became Bring Carter to Work Day. So in Atlanta, Leslie traveled to do his job, and I was home with Carter as he attended many Zoom sessions in Congress. We've made it work, but unfortunately, during this pandemic, not everyone has been as lucky as my family. Earlier this week, I visited Our House, a child care center in my district that serves some of the most marginalized families experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. One of the providers told me that during the height of the pandemic, a parent told her that she had to reopen because Corona may kill me, but poverty definitely will if I can't go to work to provide for my family. Care is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. Women, especially women of color, have been forced to drop out of the labor market at record rates during the COVID pandemic. This impacts the prosperity of our families and our economy at large. Care is an economic development strategy, and it's time that we treated it like one. My SEDS Act will ensure care accessibility is prioritized for all communities and all constituents. Currently, economic development districts must consider transportation access, workforce development, technology use, and environmental protection when creating their comprehensive economic development strategies. Right now, there is no mention of considering quality, affordable, care-based services. The SEDS Act would simply add this as a consideration. This bill will treat child care, early childhood education, disability and long-term care, and elder care as essential to communities' economic development. When we do this, we can help folks return to work, provide for their families, and invigorate our economy while knowing that their loved ones are in good hands. I bring this bill before you today for every caregiver who's been forced to leave the workforce, for every working parent who's given up on finding a solution that works, for every person who feels forced to choose between their loved ones and their livelihoods. It doesn't have to be this way, y'all. I urge all members to support this legislation for our children, our seniors, and our families nationwide. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 5547, the CARE is an Economic Development Strategy Act, will ensure that recipients of Economic Development Administration grants consider the ability of child care and childhood education, disability, and elder care in their comprehensive economic development strategy. This helps ensure that the children, the elderly, and those who are with disabilities who live in rural and distressed communities are rightfully included in economic development planning. Our friend and colleague from Alaska, the late Don Young, co-sponsored this legislation as the Republican champion for this bill. It is an example of the commitment he had of bipartisanship and in supporting efforts to help distressed communities, not only in Alaska, but throughout the nation. I urge the support of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a letter from Chairwoman Maxine Waters of the House Committee on Financial Services agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 5547, as well as Chair DeFazio's response to Ms. Waters expressing appreciation for her willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In closing, H.R. 5547 ensures child care and early childhood education, as well as disability and elder care as components of local comprehensive economic development strategies. I want to thank the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Young, for championing this issue on our side of the aisle, and note our deepest appreciation for his work. I urge support of this important legislation, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation as CARE is an economic development strategy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields back her time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5547? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2938.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2938, an act to designate the United States Courthouse and Federal Building located at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchet United States Courthouse and Federal Building, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-2938.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-2938, which designates the federal building at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchet United States Courthouse and Federal Building. Born during the days of segregation, Judge Hatchet grew up in Clearwater, Florida. He graduated from Florida A&M University in 1954 and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Army. He entered Howard University School of Law in 1956, and we took the Florida bar exam in 1959. Jim Crow regulations prevented him from staying in the hotel where the test was administered. After admission to the Florida bar, Judge Hatchet entered private practice in Daytona Beach, practicing criminal, civil, administrative, and civil rights law in state and federal courts. A series of judicial appointments that began in 1971 ultimately led to his placement on the United States Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals by President Jimmy Carter in 1979, making Judge Hatchet the first black man appointed to a federal appeals court in the Deep South. Judge Hatchet retired from the bench in 1999 and passed away in April of 2021 at the age of 88. A House companion to this bill, H.R. 4771, was introduced by Congressman Lawson and had the support of the entire Florida congressional delegation. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure passed H.R. 4771 in 2021. Madam Speaker, I support S-2938 and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 2938, which designates the federal building, U.S. Courthouse in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchet United States Courthouse and Federal Building. I am original co-sponsor of the companion bill, H.R. 4771, as well as the entire Florida delegation. Judge Hatchet served as the first African-American justice in the Florida Supreme Court. Later, he was appointed by President Jimmy Carter to the United States Fifth District Court of Appeals, where he served as chief judge from 1996 to 1999 when he retired. He was a good man, a good friend, and someone I knew very, very well. And I would say this was a well-deserved appointment and naming. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
In closing, I again want to recognize Joseph Woodrow Hatchet and his service to our country. He was a great man, and it'll be a great honor for him to be named as the building and courthouse being named after him. I urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields back, and did he yield back? The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Madam
from Georgia
Speaker.
is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields. From Georgia yields. And the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2938? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1226.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1226, an act to designate the United States Courthouse located at 1501 North 6th Street in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, as the Sylvia H. Rambo United States Courthouse and for other purposes.
The gentlelady is recognized. Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. And the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on S-1226.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of this bill, S-1226, which names the United States Courthouse in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, after Judge Sylvia H. Rambo. S-1226 was introduced by Pennsylvania Senators Casey and Toomey, and a House companion was introduced by Transportation and Infrastructure Committee member Representative Scott Perry and co-sponsored by several members of the Pennsylvania delegation. Upon introduction of the bill, Senator Casey said, Judge Rambo's trailblazing career serves as an ongoing inspiration to countless young women across the Commonwealth, the Third Circuit, and the entire nation. Her dedication to the judiciary is unparalleled, and there is no better way to honor her service to our nation than by naming the new federal courthouse in Harrisburg after her. Senator Toomey said, as the first woman to serve on both the Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas for Cumberland County and on the bench of the Middle District of Pennsylvania, Judge Rambo is a trailblazer. During her time on the bench, Judge Rambo has served Pennsylvania with great integrity and distinction. I'm proud to introduce this legislation honoring a Pennsylvania public servant with Senator Casey. The courthouse is currently under construction. Upon completion, it will contain a total of 8 courtrooms and 11 chambers. Tenants for this new courthouse are the U.S. Courts, U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Attorneys, U.S. Trustees, Homeland Security, and Federal Public Defender. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing this legislation naming the United States Courthouse in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania after Judge Sylvia H. Rambo. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1226, which designates the United States Courthouse located in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania as the Sylvia H. Rambo United States Courthouse. Judge Rambo was appointed to the United States District Court for the Middle District of Pennsylvania in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter and assumed senior status in 2001. I want to thank Judge Rambo for her many years of service. I want to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield such time, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Florida. I certainly rise in support of this bill to name the new federal courthouse in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania as the Sylvia H. Rambo United States Courthouse and Federal Building. As the sponsor of the House companion to this bill, I'm absolutely proud of our bicameral, bipartisan work with Senator Casey to bring this bill to the floor. Judge Rambo's trailblazing career is filled with historic moments, to include opening the door for women to participate fully in our nation's judicial system. Her legacy of service to the citizens of Pennsylvania is indeed exceptional. Shortly after earning her Juris Doctorate from the Dickinson School of Law, also a place I'm proud to represent, Judge Rambo served as a public defender for Cumberland County, rising to the position of Chief Public Defender in 1976, at which time she became the first woman judge to serve on the Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas for Cumberland County. In 1979, President Jimmy Carter appointed Judge Rambo to the Middle District Court of Pennsylvania, where she became the first woman judge to serve on this court. She also became the first woman to serve as the chief judge of the court from 1992 to 1999. As chief judge, Judge Rambo has been a tireless advocate in the pursuit of the decades-long pursuit of a new courthouse in Harrisburg. Since the attack on 9/11, we've been seeking this new courthouse because the current one didn't fit the parameters for security. But as you all know, around this place, it's tough to get these things done. These are big projects, and there's a lot of these projects to do around the country, and the resources aren't always available to all of us. But Judge Rambo never quit, and quite honestly, our delegation never quit either. So it's a long time in coming, and it culminated in the groundbreaking on the building in 2018, where she was there. As her efforts on this initiative near completion, the building's almost done, it's absolutely fitting that the building be named in her honor. As a reflection and a testament of Judge Rambo's historic legacy, her colleagues at the Middle District Court of Pennsylvania unanimously support this legislation to name the federal courthouse after her. I certainly urge my colleagues to support this legislation. It's one of the few times that both sides finally can get together, both chambers can get together to get something done and do something great for our community, and we should all be happy about that. And with that, I yield the balance to the gentleman from Florida.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. In closing, I again want to commend Judge Rambo for the many years of service to our community and being distinguished and her distinguished legal career. I urge support of this and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1226? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek attention?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-233.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 233, an act to designate the Rock Springs Station of the U.S. Border Patrol located at West Main Street in Rock Springs, Texas, as the Donna M. Doss Border Patrol Station.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on S-233.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-233 to designate the Rock Springs Station of the U.S. Border Patrol in Rock Springs, Texas, as the Donna M. Doss Border Patrol Station. Donna Doss was a U.S. Border Patrol agent who served for 16 years on the Del Rio Border Patrol. On February 2, 2019, while working, Agent Doss was struck and killed by a vehicle. Agent Doss was a wife, a daughter, a sister, a stepmother, and a colleague who was mourned by her community. S-233 will recognize Agent Doss's tragic passing and sacrifice, and I ask for the bill's adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 233, which designates the United States Border Patrol Station located in Rock Springs, Texas, as the Donna Doss Border Patrol Station after the late Agent Doss. After serving the United States Border Patrol for over 15 years, Agent Doss was tragically struck and killed by a vehicle while serving in the line of duty. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for his leadership in sponsoring this the House Companion. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the Donna Doss Memorial Act. It's bipartisan, bicameral legislation that I introduced alongside my friend Senator John Cornyn and my friend Congressman Henry Cuellar. Donna Doss is a constituent of mine from the big country, Abilene, Texas, and she valiantly served our country as a Border Patrol agent for nearly 16 years. Before Donna tragically was killed in the line of duty in 2019, in addition to serving our country as a law enforcement officer, and I would add a hero, she was a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a loving wife to Michael, her husband, for over 20 years. Like many in her profession, she made the greatest sacrifice for the good of this great country, for the love of her fellow countrymen. The Bible says no greater love than this, that a man or woman lay down their lives for their friends. And she did that. She is a patriot, and we will miss her. And this legislation is going to designate the Rock Springs, Texas Border Patrol Station as the Donna M. Doss Border Patrol Station to honor her and her legacy and her family, and quite frankly, every law enforcement officer and their families that take on the same risks, and many of whom who make the ultimate sacrifice. It is the right thing to do. It is a good thing to do. And I pray that the family is comforted by this gesture, and I pray that God would bless her legacy as we pray that He blesses our entire country. So I thank you for the indulgence, and I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida yields back, reserves the balance of his time, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
In closing, it's appropriate to recognize Agent Doss's service to the nation by naming this Border Patrol station after her. I urge the support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields back her time, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 233? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2126.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2126, an act to designate the federal office building located at 308 West 21st Street in Cheyenne, Wyoming, as the Louisa Swain Federal Office Building and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-2126.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-2126, which names the federal office building located at 308 West 21st Street in Cheyenne, Wyoming, as the Louisa Swain Federal Office Building. In 1869, Wyoming became the first state or territory in the U.S. to continuously recognize women's voting rights as equal to the voting rights of men. Louisa Swain was the first woman to vote under that law. When she cast her vote in the general election of 1870, she was 70 years old, and it would be another 50 years before women's voting rights were recognized in the rest of the country. Swain, born in Norfolk, Virginia, was orphaned by the age of 10. She married and moved to Baltimore, where she and her husband raised 4 children before moving to Wyoming. Shortly after voting in the 1870 election, Swain and her husband returned to Baltimore, where Swain died in 1878. S-2126 was sponsored by Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis and Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, and co-sponsored by Maryland Senator Ben Cardin and Wyoming Senator John Barrasso. In October 2008, Congress passed a resolution making September 6, 2008, Louisa Swain Day. I'm proud to support and highlight the history of voting rights in this country. I support this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to join me, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 2126, which designates the federal office building in Cheyenne, Wyoming as the Louisa Swain Federal Office Building. Louisa Swain was the first woman to cast a ballot legally on September 6, 1870, paving the way for all women after her and for greater equality. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
In closing, again, I recognize the work of Louisa Swain and her historic vote in 1870. I urge support of this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation in the spirit of voting rights in this country, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2126? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. So that's it. That's it.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass the following bills: H.R. 5706, S. 400, H.R. 5673, H.R. 5343, H.R. 5547, S. 2938, S. 1226, and S. 2126. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5706, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 205, H.R. 5706, a bill to protect transportation personnel and passengers from sexual assault and harassment and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 5706. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
So what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Senor Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes, yea, on H.R. 5706.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Congresswoman Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaley, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaley will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania, I inform the House, pursuant to House Resolution 8, that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, Mr. Soto of Florida.
Hold on.
No? Never mind. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, Ms. Roybal Allard of California, and Mr. Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5706. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Newman of Illinois, and Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.R. 5706.
On this vote, the yeas are 330. On this vote, the yeas are 339, the nays are 85. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass S-400 as amended, and which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 400, an act to designate the headquarters building of the Department of Transportation located at 1200 New Jersey Avenue Southeast in Washington, D.C. as the William T. Coleman Jr. Federal Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-400.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S-400. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Salazar and Ms. Jimenez will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on S-400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
Tennessee.
as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S14 for 400.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on S400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S400. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S400.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S400.
Have all members voted? Does on this vote, the yeas. what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Trone, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-400.
Wish to change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 417, the nays are 4, 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5673, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 202, H.R. 5673, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to make technical corrections to the Hazard Mitigation Revolving Loan Fund Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Is that? Oh. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 5673. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I am as member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah. I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Swazi of New York, and Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, you calling on me?
Yes.
As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry vote yes on 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albios Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar and Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Congresswoman Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H.R. 5673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5673.
Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 5673. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 5673.
On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 24. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5343 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 208, H.R. 5343, a bill to direct the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to submit a report to Congress on case management personnel turnover and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 5343. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Trone, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird, I inform the House that Mr. Baird of Indiana will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar and Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 5343.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 5343. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Sanchez and Harder, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5343.
First, as the gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 5343.
On this vote, the yeas are 409, the nays are 17. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair asked all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Madeleine Albright, our nation's first woman Secretary of State. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5547 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 189, H.R. 5547, a bill to amend the Public Works and Economic Development Act of 1965 to require eligible recipients of certain grants to develop a comprehensive economic development strategy that directly or indirectly increases the accessibility of affordable, quality care-based services and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 5547 as amended.
Thank you. For what purpose seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 5547. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House these 3 members will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 5547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 3 members will vote yea on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Harder and Ms. Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 5547. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez and Ms. Salazar will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? California.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Wilson, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 5547.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5547.
Seek recognition.
As a member of the designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 5547.
Let's vote. The yeas are. On this vote, the yeas are 304, the nays are 122. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass S 2938, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2938, an act to designate the United States Courthouse and federal building located at 111 North Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the Joseph Woodrow Hatchett United States Courthouse and federal building and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on S 2938. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on Senate Bill 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Wilson, I inform the House these members will vote yea on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on S 2938.
Purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Newman, and inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar and Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S 2938. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Christ of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote no on 2938.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on S 2938.
The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on S 2938. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated... Am I ready to go?
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on S 2938. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote nay on 2938. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on S 2938.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on S 2938.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on S 2938.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on S 2938.
On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 187, one recorded as present. 2/3 not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass S 1226, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 1226, an act to designate the United States Courthouse located at 1501 North 6th Street in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, as the Sylvia H. Rambo United States Courthouse and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by an electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Last one. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on S 1226. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek
As a
recognition?
member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird of Indiana will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar and Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on Senate 1226.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S1226. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will now vote no on 1226.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
The Speaker is a member designated by Mr. Trone, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Newman. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1226.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-1226.
On this vote, the yeas are 364, the nays are 61, with one present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass S-2126, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2126, an act to designate the federal office building located at 308 West 21st Street in Cheyenne, Wyoming, as the Louisa Swain Federal Office Building and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Mr. McNerney of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S-2126. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on S-2126.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Trone, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on S-2126.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on S-2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on Senate Bill 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S-2126. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez and Ms. Salazar will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 2126.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on S 2126.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2126.
This vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 1, with 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I've been instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to remove Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania from as a co-sponsor of H.R. 3630.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does it from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last year we achieved the best year of job creation in history. The bipartisan infrastructure law will build on this historic growth, putting Americans to work rebuilding our roads, bridges, water systems, and more. And the Competes Act, which invests in American research, innovation, and manufacturing, will capitalize on this investment in our infrastructure and ensure the technologies of the future are made right here in America. The Competes Act will accelerate the production of semiconductors, it will strengthen our supply chain, it will boost our scientific leadership, and it will support good-paying domestic manufacturing jobs. Intel's recent $20 billion investment in a new computer chip plant in Ohio shows the path to the future. As President Biden said in his State of the Union, it's time to bury the term Rust Belt. With the Competes Act, we can make more in America, and I know Ohio workers stand ready to lead the American manufacturing comeback. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the life and legacy of the gentleman from Alaska, Representative Don Young, the Dean of the House. Dean was a dear colleague, friend, and brother in the Lord. He loved Alaska and respected the institution of the House, where he represented his constituents for 5 decades. As Dean of the House, he was the longest-serving Republican in the U.S. House of Representatives history. He was a tireless fighter for Alaska and an unparalleled public servant. It has been a privilege to serve with such a strong, long-standing member who was truly a force of nature. My closest moments with Don were shared on the House floor in our weekly Bible study, where we discussed the promises of God's Word. While we mourn his passing and lift his family in prayer, I'll be celebrating a life well lived. Madam Speaker, Scriptures in 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18 instructs us with these words. Brothers and sisters, we do not want you to be uninformed about those who sleep in death, so that you do not grieve like the rest of mankind who have no hope. Don Young had hope. Well done, good and faithful servant. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in support of the Bipartisan Supply Chain Resilience subtitle in the America Competes Act. The COVID pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in the United States supply chains. And when disruptions occur in our supply chains, it leads to higher prices for families and businesses. The America Competes Act includes my bill to map and monitor our supply chains and other important provisions that would create good-paying manufacturing jobs here in the United States. Studies have found that Georgia lost 25% of its manufacturing jobs since 1999. Not only is this bad for workers, it's harmful to our national security when we are dependent on other nations to manufacture critical goods and services. The America Competes Act would address this vulnerability by making a historic investment in our nation's manufacturing capabilities and would equip us to prevent and mitigate future supply chain disruptions. I urge my colleagues in the House and Senate to retain this critical subtitle as we work to pass a final competitiveness bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an amazing young man and scout in my community in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Alex Golia. After completing his Arrow of Light Award in Pack 1 of the Scouts, Alex crossed over into Scouts BSA Troop 1 in Sellersville. Since then, Alex has moved up through the ranks of scouting and recently became a Life Scout. As a member of Troop 1, Alex has held several leadership positions, including Assistant Patrol Leader, and now Senior Patrol Leader. His leadership through the ranks sets an excellent example for the younger Scouts to follow. And I'm proud to recognize Alex Golia before this Congress as an individual who lives the words of the Scout Oath and Scout Law in his everyday life and is steadfast in his commitment to better our community back home in Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, recently, in the midst of an emergency medical situation, Alex used his life-saving skills he learned in scouting to save the life of a young child who was choking on a piece of food in a restaurant where Alex was employed. Alex's calm, quick, and heroic response was recognized by the National Boy Scouts of America, which awarded him the BSA Medal of Merit, a rare award offered by the Scouts. We are incredibly grateful for Alex Golia's meritorious act and for the positive impact that he has had within Scout Troop 1 and our entire community. Madam Speaker, we wish Alex much success as he pursues the rank of Eagle Scout and for all his other future endeavors. Well done, Alex. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the incredible contributions of one of my constituents, Matt Kreutz. He's the CEO of Firebrand Artisan Breads, which is a fixture in our East Bay community. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of Matt virtually joining me at President Biden's State of the Union address. Matt founded Firebrand in 2007 as a socially conscious organization focused on making opportunities available for the unhoused, formerly incarcerated people and others who may be experiencing difficulties getting hired. In recent years, he expanded Firebrand into a business that employs 85 people at its cafe in uptown Oakland and at its production facility in Alameda. Firebrand has become a beating heart in my community. As the pandemic raged on, Matt managed to keep Firebrand's doors open by securing a loan from the Paycheck Protection Program, which was made possible by the American Rescue Plan. Since receiving the PPP loan, Firebrand continued expanding operations and growing into a major source of employment for many. So on behalf of the 13th Congressional District of California, thank you, Matt, for sharing your story and for enriching our community.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With Americans facing higher prices everywhere, at the gas pump, the grocery store, car dealership, clothing stores, and even at hotels, Americans are paying more everywhere thanks to incredible inflation brought on by President Biden's plan for spending. Well, with the new budget now coming out, we're going to see an even bigger amount of deficit. The American family is facing a $3,500 yearly inflation tax. The Biden administration wants to spend $73 trillion over the next 10 years. just in the budget year, not new spending, not COVID spending. This is what normal budgets will start to look like, which was $8 trillion more than what the CBO is predicting for the same period of time. Under this budget, Biden can easily add $15 trillion more to the national debt, which would make it 46 trillion by the year 2032. We can't manage this. If the price of interest goes up much more, it will completely eviscerate our ability to do anything besides mandatory spending in our budget. More families are going to suffer, and the things we care about in the budget we can control are going to suffer as well. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the high cost of insulin is a crisis gripping my district and our nation. Time and again, my constituents have told me they can no longer afford their insulin. The prices are so high that many are resorting to desperate measures like using expired insulin, rationing their doses, or not taking it at all. Communities of color disproportionately suffer complications of diabetes when they can't afford insulin. I know because my district, which is nearly 90% Latino and African American, has a high rate of diabetes. Diabetes is one of the leading causes of death in LA County. Tomorrow, we will have an opportunity to act. The Affordable Insulin Now Act will ensure life-saving insulin is affordable for millions of Americans on private health insurance and Medicare. It will put money back in the hands of American families. I look forward to voting for its passage tomorrow. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the chamber for 1 minute and revise and consent to my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we sit here in the chamber of the United States House of Representatives today, the Secretary of Homeland Security has announced that he is ready to end the use of Title 42 on our southern border. This as we speak, while in March, we've had 100,000 apprehensions in the first half of the month, barreling towards 200,000, of which half have been able to be turned away under Title 42. When the Secretary ends Title 42, there will be a deluge at our southern border. This is known, which is evidenced by the fact that the Secretary is already working with FEMA behind the scenes and quietly to deal with the emergency that is no doubt about to occur at our southern border. This is going to cause massive injury to migrants, cartels empowered, Americans endangered, fentanyl pouring across our border, all because the Secretary refuses to do his job. This is an unexcusable dereliction of duty by the Secretary of Homeland Security. It is an impeachable act to not carry out his constitutional duty to defend the border of the United States. I would urge my colleagues to join together to condemn the Secretary, condemn the administration, and demand that the Secretary actually do his job to secure the border and not end Title 42, even as Americans continue to wear masks on airplanes during a public health emergency. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
In a building that conspicuously marked its exterior with the words children, the brutal Putin bombed without stopping this safe house in Mariupol. Obviously, it was completely destroyed. 300 people dead, and little children sitting around the dead bodies of their parents. The whole city has been leveled. The whole country has been attacked by a brutal dictator. Of course, we know that peace talks are going on. I encourage that. And as well, I believe that the allies should continue to give weapons, and there should be some process for giving them fighter jets. But I want to thank the Secretary of Homeland Security for recognizing that we'll have to receive Ukrainian refugees, Haitian refugees, and yes, refugees from the border. We are, in fact, a humane country. We have the ability to be able to assure the world that we will be a refuge and as well protect the American people. And that is what we do. We protect the American people, provide them jobs, give them safety, but as well, we are a refuge for the world. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your work. Let's let Ukraine win this, either in peace or in war. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Corruption abroad makes our country less safe. President Biden has said that the fight against corruption is a core national security interest for the United States. In the last month, we've sanctioned hundreds of Russian oligarchs and political figures over the war in Ukraine. These sanctions show the importance of alliances, the strength of diplomatic values, and the power of the economic tools at our disposal. But it should not take a war to crack down on people who become wealthy through bribery and theft. We should not need to go person by person, business by business, country by country to strike down corruption. We need legislation that will identify kleptocrats and proactively limit their ability to wield influence and exploit power to enrich themselves at the expense of the people and land they govern. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, it has been the honor of my life to serve these United States of America for 9 terms in the House of Representatives. I will always be grateful to the people of the great state of Nebraska who entrusted me with the great privilege of representing them. Due to the difficulties of my current situation, I can no longer serve them effectively. I hereby resign my duty as the United States Representative of the 1st District of Nebraska, effective March 31st, 2022, at the end of legislative business. Signed sincerely, Jeff Fortenberry, Member of Congress.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code, 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13536 of April 12, 2010, with respect to Somalia, is to continue in effect beyond April 12, 2022. The situation with respect to Somalia continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13536 with respect to Somalia. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, March 30th, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that a motion to instruct conferees with respect to H.R. 4521 accept any motion that is privileged pursuant to Clause 7C of Rule 22 shall be in order only if offered by Representative Lucas of Oklahoma or his designee, and that such motion shall be in order notwithstanding any appointment of conferees.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table H.R. 4521 with the Senate amendment thereto, disagree to the Senate amendment, and request a conference with the Senate.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
An act to provide for a coordinated federal research initiative to ensure continued United States leadership in engineering biology.
Is there objection to the request of the gentlewoman from Michigan? Without objection, the request is agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair will appoint conferees on H.R. 4521 at a later time. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.